So, starting our storm chase this evening, leaving a little bit early, and we see this feature here that looks like a big comma. That's a bow echo heading straight for us. It's kind of like this north end here is a massive area of rotation. Let's see if I can put it on the dual pane mode. You can see the rotation, the greens and the reds together. North of, it's pretty much over the western KCK right now, north of Overland Park. And, you know, oftentimes when these bow echoes come through, part of it starts rotating. And it's, essentially it's a broad area of rotation, and it indicates strong straight line winds, and the only way you know you've had them is the next day they look at the damage and they can see the tracks of the vortices. And you know, the only other way you could see them if you're in it is by the power flashes, lightning, or the power poles, power lines being broken, transformers blowing. Broad. Actually, for whatever reason, the radar that I use allows you to record the video and audio of the radar, but it won't work on this phone tonight, of course. Nothing can be perfect. So I have to use my other phone, and so I'm like, okay, I'll use this phone for live streaming. I don't know if I was planning on really live streaming tonight. Making one of my wonderful, boring videos. Storm chase. We're just on the northwestern edge of this. I don't know if you look at the radar, it almost looks like a hurricane coming at us. I don't see any reports coming, because the radar also allows you to put reports on your storm damage reports. I don't see any storm damage reports, so I guess we'll find out here in a second what it looks like on the ground. Yeah, I would think so, and our doggy barometer at the house is hiding under the bed, so that's an indication that there's a lot of lightning. cat is glued to you. Does that make it a category 1? I'm wishing it wasn't so rain wrapped. We could see the if there was a roll cloud with it, we could see it. Person assaulted. Alright, I'm going to make an appeal to all the criminals out there. Hold off on the homicides and the assaults and the fires and all the car accidents until after the storm blows through. We're too busy for that tonight. We're too busy for that any night, but yeah, one cat. Category 1. Wow, that was blinding. Yep, there's the rumble. The very bassy. I am going straight to picking up my TVU. I'm not even stopping to pass go and collect $100. Or is it $200? I can't remember. Yeah, it was very bassy. The boombox rumble. It's like one of those hoopty cars with a big bass speaker in the trunk. But it's such a hoopty that when the bass rumbles, the whole thing just shakes and rattles, and all you can hear is not really the bass, but the trim of the car just shaking off. Update from the National Weather Service in Pleasant Hill. – 40 to 50 miles an hour, is that all? Yeah, there's no coffee. I can't do coffee at the beginning of my shift. I have to be very careful of what I drink, or I might end up sitting on the toilet all night. Oh, that's too much information. I usually drink iced tea, sugar-free iced tea at the beginning of my shift, and Gatorade. That lightning was pretty cool. Gatorade will settle my stomach. Iced tea has caffeine in it that keep me awake. Coffee to me is more of a I want to be social drink, but I have to be very careful, and especially the nasty um, convenience store coffee. It's not very good, or that powdered stuff is even worse. Yeah, but to me, I think it's actually the caffeine that causes the problems. So my source of caffeine for the night will be tea, and I'll be very careful with that. That was spectacular. That looks like it struck the TV tower over there. Alright, I told these dummies to stop doing that. I don't want any car chases. I don't want any criminal activity. Go home. Yeah, when lightning strikes a tower like that, um, it can do a lot of damage. It's supposed to not do any damage. It's supposed to go right through the metal frame and into the grounding. But for whatever reason, it strikes that tower, and every time they have problems. Boy, this is almost looking at a Fibonacci spiral. National Weather Service says it's not severe. They've dropped all the warnings. 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. That's pretty good. And what are we doing here? It's not a good place to stop. You need to pull your car forward. It's like a lot of the really actual heavy stuff is now towards the southwest. You know, this happens quite a lot. When a storm approaches the city, it weakens, and they call that the heat island effect. It's theoretical that because of all the concrete and buildings and everything, reflective surfaces and everything, as a storm approaches, it loses its punch because it comes over a warmer pocket of air over the cities. See, I got the little suction cup smear right in the view of my video. Well, things have quietened down as far as the. Uh-oh, another national weather broadcast. Oh, that stupid thing is on.
The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning until 12:45 at 12:32.
Yeah, thank you. For what? What have they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for? I'm assuming that's Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department. But I don't see it on my gaydar. Let's see if I can get that. Pardon me a second. Oh, that was really wonderful. I didn't get it.
Go ahead. Near Wells and Elm Street.
There's Town Topic. Even the truckers are pulling over to. God, everybody's like. Even the truckers are pulling over for Town Topic. Oop, I guess I have a green light. Pay attention there. I left my cleaning solution in the Navion for Windows, so stupid suction. Oh, I can really see the banding of the layers of the storm. So this will be the area where we'll see some wind. That it actually looks really awesome. It's too bad this isn't happening during the day. Spectacular. Enunciate. I'll get my Sony camera out here in a little bit. I don't see the area they're talking about for the severe thunderstorm warning. everything else is quiet. Maybe the bad guys heard me and they're home.
Eastern on a 6 without delay, A4, BLS 5, 5505 Eastern on a 6, A4.
And if we can only keep the houses from burning down. That was a transformer. I think. Or some. That was close by, too. Oh, I can't get it. It will not come off. Sticky sucker. Yeah, yeah, it does. If I wasn't chasing like this, what to do is put a camera on a tripod. But you have to turn all the settings way down, like the ISO. You have to make it, shut it down, and the all that stuff, because lightning is like a flash photography, and it's trial and error. You have to figure out what the sweet spot is, and then you sit there with a bulb open, and then you catch lightning that way on the camera. But I've had hit or miss luck with that. Why are we listening to Henry County 911? Have they chosen the middle of a storm situation to do another one of their stupid roll calls? I hate it when your scanner is. Yeah, I hate it when your scanner is. They're doing this roll call, and all you hear is the dispatcher calling out people. Please respond. Like, what is that? Yeah, somebody's doing a roll call.
Johnson County EMA. Johnson County Community Health. Johnson County Community Health.
Nobody's answering you. They're busy. Leave it alone.
Johnson.
find a better time to do a roll call. It's like Western Missouri. I think the wind has picked up a little here. If only I could do a good Wookiee cry. I've had one of those things, the toilet roll, the little plastic piece in there when you pull the paper out. It makes that perfect Wookiee sound. I've seen that as a meme, but I've also had it in real life where I've pulled the thing and I'm like, oh, that's hilarious. I wish I could turn that off. Alright, just as everything's coming through, I'm running in to pick up my TVU. I will make sure I run fast. We can listen to the entertaining dulcet sounds of the Western Missouri Emergency Management Service roll call. Alright, I have to turn this puppy around somehow. Up front. You see my ugly mug. That's my alma mater. We used to call them, never mind what we used to call them. It was funny in juvenile, though. Alright. Oh. Put this down. Throw this away. And I'll be right. BRB.
Left shoulder with the hazards on. If your agency had trouble with I got turn around. Communication service, Blaine County E911. This concludes the scheduled testing of the Regis A PPAP mode wind system. Blaine County E911 clear. Argument. The juvenile took a breather, then came back and admitted he had some suicidal thoughts. That's why they're trying to get him help. I apologize. Can you tell me my case number, please? The one that's verified is 41441. I got it Thank you.
Medicaid 2, clear facility. Medicaid 2 is clear at 8 minutes.
Show me clear of Montana City Hospital and en route for city. You're right back at 8 minutes.
All right. Woohoo! Looks like for now we're heading south.
Not needed.
Yep, I know about that external mic. Have they ended this stupid, silly roll call? That'd be about like turning on a tornado siren right now. Oh yeah, we just want to test the sirens. Oh yeah, well, bad timing. What's the temperature? It says it's car thermometer, which is a little warmer than the actual temperature. Says 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, there's been a rash of that, but there's I think the epidemic has been drugs. A lot of people, especially kids, are messing pretty bad with their own mental health by medicating themselves with things, and I don't just mean drugs, but like, alcohol can have a drastic effect on your mental health as well. And it seems like drugs have gotten more dangerous and deadly. And every time I go out, I see people who have mental issues out in the world, and I'm not sure if that's just that we have we are not taking care of mental problems in this country, or if a lot of people are frying their brains on something, drugs and alcohol, or a combination. Yeah, you know, having a pandemic did not help matters at all. And you know, as was pointed out in the Grapes of Wrath, it seems like our capitalist system doesn't have a very good way of taking care of people. It's all about making profit and money for people, but when there are real human needs to be addressed, it's like, oh, well, we don't have any money for that. Get a job. Well, the heaviest stuff is to the south and east of us, like just around Harrisonville. They've turned off all the warnings. And my radar is turned off its dual polarity. My phone has decided it is smarter than I am. I said, no, you don't want the dual pane display on your radar. What do you want with that? I'm going to turn it off for you. You're welcome. Maybe it's turned off other things as well. Maybe what I'm looking at here is we're right at the heart of the L, like low pressure cyclone is right over our heads. Well, I see it's to our north actually. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Because that display is behind. I kind of hope not, because if that thing hits us at the right angle, then it'll be really chilly tomorrow morning. Oh, I put my lunch bucket on the floor. My lunch bucket is being filled up with, like, it's now a lens holder. I can feel it. Picked up the heat from the afternoon pretty well. So a lot of people are sick tonight. Yeah, this is my morning, and I haven't had my breakfast yet. Heading more or less southeast towards Lee Summit. Hmm. Was that 1414 Pennsylvania? Unknown problem is usually hail. I think she meant to say hail, but instead she said hell. It's a really powerful storm. It has brought hell down upon Earth. Yeah, if I have a breakfast, I usually wait till I have a bag of snacks that I usually get at my really isn't that healthy. There's people walking a dog. Interesting. But I guess if I wanted to, I could run by Winstead's or Town Topic, the one that's open, get something. But I try and hold off on the greasy, heavy stuff until the end of my shift. I also, as much as I talk about coffee, I hold off on that too until the end. And a lot of times I'll have coffee just so I can, I'm so, by 8 in the morning I'm so tired that I have coffee just to have some caffeine to get me home. And there's somebody wearing dark clothing. That was spooky. They were just standing there on the side of the road. We, talking about the mental health issues again. I'm seeing a lot of it. Not a very humane society if we allow people that clearly have problems to go untreated. Oh, you can't afford to go out and die on the streets. You know what mental health is like. For treatment, well, the government's not going to help you. And because you have a certain type of ailment, makes it just go be homeless, die on the streets. Yeah, there's Steak and Shake, but I wonder if Steak and Shake is still 24 hours. Um,
Street to Louisville another way. In an area making it between 22nd
beer fluenza epidemic has destroyed all the 24-hour places. I think they were wanting to get rid of a lot of them were, and they were just using the beer flu as an excuse. Yeah, and they're putting out dire warnings that it doesn't take very much fentanyl to kill people. You're trying to tempt me into making a bad choice tonight. Look, looks like Denny's is open. Maybe not. Even the Denny's are no longer 24 hours. I see the golden arches are lit over here. I wonder if that means they're open. It's hard to tell. Look, it's a Wise. The arb is burnt out, so it's a Wise. And I can't tell if they're open. There's Loot Feast, they're closed. Trip Quick is your best bet. They're always open. And a lot of times you go into those places and you have to fight for bathroom space if you need to use a facility because there's somebody that's camped out in the bathroom. I don't believe that Valvoline oil place is open like the sign says. Yeah, I say I don't need any of that fries or fentanyl. Is the Burger King? Yeah, it looks like the Burger King might be open. $12:30 at night. I forget I came in a little early. I usually leave right about midnight. I'm usually getting to the station anywhere between 12:30 and maybe a little after 1 to pick up my TVU. It depends on whether I have to stop and get something. Like usually I make a quick trip run first, and then lately right around midnight it's been busy. So we saw the grand tour of saying severe thunderstorm warning. I don't see that for Harrisonville. Of course, you know, my phone has decided it's smarter than I am. There's Nebraska. There's Iowa. There's Kansas. Butler, Kansas. Wherever Churchbridge is. Yeah, I don't see, I'm wondering if, that dispatcher is reading that wrong. It's not a warning, it might be a watch. Cass County. Yeah, that's, a repeater. Repeaters speak in Morse code. Yep, this may not be the most exciting stuff in the world tonight. Kansas City, Missouri. Severe thunderstorm watch updated. Let's go into legs. We're still right on the north end of, as we've been all night, of this vast bow-shaped storm. Right now in Johnson County, there's light rain. And right here, it just picked up really good. We're coming into Lee Summit on 350. Yep, I have a name for everything. I wonder if I should try zipper merge. I want to go for the rusty zipper merge. I'm wondering if I should try and buzz on down, although it's pretty much blown through even Harrisonville. Maybe we'll just hang on the north end of this for a little while. Cut on through Lee's Scummit. We have to make our zipper merge up here. There is a place that we frequent here whenever we come into Lee's Scummit. It's called Unk's Burgers. Pretty good burgers. It's like Unk's as in uncle. Right here in the Summit Shopping Center. It's where Wade's used to be. Now they tore down the Wade's and they built a Freddy's. I call Freddy's Fat Freddy's. They blocked the whole highway. What the heck? That was pretty good. Alright, how do we... There's no guidance here. No guidance. That's exit. This is not exit. So I guess for now, this is the highway, because that truck right there sure is treating it like it's a highway. Alright, I see. The lightning is picking up a little. So we might end up coming out to Lone Jackass out here. Funhouse Pizza says open. Are they really open? Would Funhouse Pizza be open at midnight on a Wednesday morning? It's say Tuesday night, but it's actually Wednesday morning. They might be, because, you know, they serve alcohol. Yeah, I would never make it as a weather person with my names for everything, because I would mess up and say what I always say. Like, I would call Lee's Summit, Lee's Scummit, and Lone Jack would be Lone Jackass. And then I have all my names for towns, like Platte City would be Flat City, and Hiawatha would be Hiawatha. Lake Lottawata. Lake Jacoma. I don't know if I can outrun the leading edge of this thing and get positioned to get some video of it. I don't want to go too far out of town in case something happens. You know, there's bound to be a big homicide or fire or something. You know, me and the cops, we all love standing out in the rain, watching over the police tape. say A2 for lunch. It sounds like 8U for lunch. Oh yeah, 8U for lunch. Maybe I did not get enough sleep. Man, big biscuit eaters have sprung up everywhere. Horse spittles have sprung up everywhere too. But, you know, they say about medical profession, you never lack for customers because they're dying to see you. Yikes. We had a crash in Kansas City involving a delivery van and a motorcycle, and it was the motorcycle was a grandfather riding his 8-year-old granddaughter around, killed the granddaughter, and they're looking for this, I say delivery van, it's like a Mercedes minivan. You know, the kind of like ladder vans that the contractors like to use. Said it, when he did it, it ripped off his bumper, so should be able to hide that too easily. Meat hooks. I don't know. I don't think I've ever been to a Fuddruckers. To me, the name sounds pretty strange. Fuddruckers. What do we got going on up here? I see blinky lights. And I think there was like a... Ooh. Gross. Maybe we struck a deer. I'm not so sure I'm going to be able to outrun this. I'm almost to Lone Jack. we are almost directly north. We are directly north of the National Weather Service radar site, Pleasant Hill. Yeah. When I storm chase, I love Casey's Pizza. And yes, they do have great donuts. However, this time of night, a lot of Casey's are closed. Yeah, I believe I can see the leading edge of this storm. I have not been much of a 7-Eleven fan. City limit, Lone Jack. Huh. I'm afraid it's too late for. Yeah. Especially I've come out to the rural area. That's all I need is some greasy Casey's Pizza, but oh, it sounds so good. Wow, that lightning is flashing pretty good. I think on the Storm Chaser forums, that's been a hot topic for discussion. Is what is everybody's favorite Storm Chaser food? And there's one guy out there that when he's not chasing storms, he does reviews of different places that he stops. And food shortage, I don't know. Talking about the baby formula shortage. There's a place over there that's lit up like a convenience store, but then they have a cross that's like lit up. So I don't know if it's a church or a convenience store, or maybe it's both. Convenient church. A lot of 7-Elevens in the States are not pleasant places to go. I'm not a big fan of 7-Elevens, but it's really funny to me how 7-Elevens are very international, and they're all over the world. If you go to the heart of Tokyo, there'll be a 7-Eleven. Or if you go out in rural China, there'll be a 7-Eleven. That is a traffic collision in Springfield, Missouri. Why do I have Springfield, Missouri? I also have Columbia, Missouri in there. Yeah, that's just my issue with 7-Elevens is that too many of them are just really ghetto here in the States. A lot of them don't even sell gas. They're just convenience stores, which is interesting to me. I think I passed that one. I think that car that was on the side of the road with the blinkers on back a ways hit a deer. Alright, well, we are out ahead of the actual storm, but it looks like as far as getting away from the rain, I don't think I'll have much luck with that. And this storm has weakened quite a bit. I don't know if there's anything coming behind it. Well, anyway, I better think about turning back. Yeah, the 7-Elevens are all over Asia, and it's crazy that you can walk from one 7-Eleven to the other. It seems like they're right next door to each other almost. Of course, I've been watching It's a Southern Thing, and there's a lot of humor involved with the Dollar Generals. How many Dollar Generals there are. We're just driving all this way, and it doesn't look like we're going to outrun see the leading edge at all. Alright, well, I got to turn around. My wish did not come true. The Knife and Gun Club has decided to come out tonight.
33 Prospect, stage for the police on a stabbing. A4.
Yep, you hear that?
120, medic 29, number 30. 7033 Prospect, stage for the police on a stabbing. A4.
This is that place that we used to stop at. It sat abandoned for a while, and now it's come back. We used to stop here all the time. Start. I remember we went to go see GWAR in Lawrence, Kansas in 1992. This was when I was in the military. And on the way home, this is like the midpoint between the city and Knob Noster, where the base is. And we stopped here, and we all purposely wore white t-shirts and everything. And we walked in there, and it was middle of the night. We were all tired, wiped out, and our shirts looked like they were all bloody, and our eyes were bloodshot. The people that were working in there saw us coming in. They started laughing. They were like, "What happened to you guys?" No, I'll probably get food at Trip Quick in the city. And chances are really, really good. I've had really bad luck with these stabbings. Generally what happens is you get there and it was a because you only hear one call on that. Looks like oops. All the really heavy stuff is down south. This is actually coming back into the leading edge of the storm, but it's all so much rain around you can't see it very well. Wow. Yeah, I've taken those windy back roads in a motorhome. Sometimes that's no fun. Sometimes it's beautiful, but then you're so busy trying to keep it all on the road. Wow, that was good lightning. That area between Tightwad and Warsaw is a disaster. They're always working on that road, and we always seem to hit it at night too. Yeah. Well, we're those people that when you get behind us, you're unlucky. Especially those 2-lane roads, you can't pass anywhere, and we'll have a line of cars about a mile long. A lot of times I'll try and find a place to pull over past me. Like, dang, this is taking forever. Nothing is open. Not that I'm looking for anything, but 15 miles to Chipman Road. Wants me to take Chipman Road. Are there? Wow. Are there UFOs over Blue Springs? If there are UFOs, I wonder what the attraction is to Blue Springs. So I wonder if I could find this lightning footage again and stitch together something to put on the air. Oh. And they sure it's not swamp gas? Bob the Blue Light. It's like the spook lights down in Route 66 down in southeast Kansas. Huh. Yeah, I don't know exactly where the spook lights are. I think it's like Upland, east part of Kansas, somewhere around Baxter Springs. And so if you've ever seen the movie Cars, you know that Tow Mater, the tow truck, is essentially based off of this tow truck they have down in, what's the name of that town? Galena, Kansas. The lady who, they call her the mouth of Tow Mater, basically his character of speaking and running off at the mouth is based off of her. And she's also best friends with the guy who can turn his feet around backwards and walk backwards. And that whole area is where the spook lights are supposed to be. So, you know, a lot of that movie is based around that area. I also know that in that area is a kind of a lot of marshy, not a swamp, but a lot of open water. It's what river is that down there? There's a river down there that kind of opens up into like a lot of swampy areas, and that could probably have a lot to do with the spook lights. Lone Summit Ranch. Now, Lone Jack. Are we still at Lone Jack? Oh no, we're back at Pleasant Hill, crossing over 7 Highway. I bet you that's that area where that person hit a deer up ahead. We've always been told that Lone Jack is a notorious speed trap. In this whole area through here, I've seen a lot of cops pull people over. I used to go to school and I was in the Air Force and everything, all based in Warrensburg, Knob Noster, back there. So, spent a lot of time driving this stretch of road back and forth. Oh, you know what would help if I actually put my, located my gaydar on. I was wondering why I was reaching the edge. Gaydar on the Pleasant Hill site. I had it on the Topeka site. That doesn't help very much. Lee Scummit. I wonder if the bridge destruction is both ways. Oh, yep. I certainly hope when we get there. Normally I hope that when I get to something, there is something to get to and that, you know, something to do, but I don't feel much like getting out in the rain just to stand around at a crime scene, as I probably kvetched about before. So this time I hope when I get there it's what they normally are, these stabbing things. Unfounded. Well, I certainly wish I had some coffee. It's kind of like when you sit at an all-night cafe or coffee house, place that's open late at night or something, and you hang out with friends and you drink coffee and talk about stuff. But that's one thing that kind of bums me out about Kansas City. There's no late night place. Well, there are a few, but there's definitely no late night coffee houses. There used to be when YJ's was Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights. They used to stay open 24 hours, and that was great. I love that. That was a time when people would show up about 3 in the morning when all the bars would close, and the people that were showing up to YJ's were the people that worked the bars, the bartenders and stuff. There used to be Chubby's, and what I loved about Chubby's, like 3 or 4 in the morning, was that like if we went to a show or something and hang out at Chubby's afterwards, and you would be sitting there, and there would be like the postal workers who were just starting the early shift coming in. The cops would be hanging out there. All the gay bars would be shutting down, and they would come in there, and the cowboy bars would shut down, and they would come in there. So you'd have like the gay bars shut down. A lot of those guys would wear cowboy hats, and then the cowboy bars would shut down. A lot of those guys were wearing cowboy hats. If some of the gay bar guys coming in weren't in drag, because some of them would show up too. And I mean, I tell you, it was quite an experience, because the best thing about all of that was that everybody seemed to get along. And I think they had no choice, because Chubby's had some mean bouncers. And then Chubby's moved and into their own building, and now the Chubby's is closed down, and I don't know what that place is, Crazy Crabs or whatever. Sydney's took over. It was like a reincarnation of Sydney's. And then they didn't do very well, and they went out of business. Yeah, I mean, that was just a thin slice, cross section of the type of people. I mean, everybody showed up at Chubby's. It was very unique. People who normally would not hang together, would not get along, they would all be at Chubby's. And they would all be hanging together and getting along. Oh, I see why it's telling me to exit at Chipman Road. Because the bridge is shut down. I've been to Nichols Lunch a few times. Alright, what are we doing here? That's his exit. I think it's the same thing. Get off, get on. Only this time there's no pickup truck doing about 80 miles an hour through here. I hung out at Nichols Lunch a couple of times towards the end, and then they had the fire and they never reopened. Boy, that light there is really spastic. So's that one. It's like disco strobe light. I forgot what came into Nichols Lunch after Nichols Lunch, but I went there a couple times too, and then he shut down, and now it's a pizza place, I think. I remember, what was it, maybe I get this wrong, Sanderson's, which was an actual diner, and I wish I had gone in there more. It's like, yeah, there's an actual diner in Kansas City, and then they shut down and tore it down. It's a shame. All the good stuff. Although, it probably wasn't good as in, like, decent place to eat. You know, I like to go to diners and stuff, and sometimes you go just for the atmosphere, and the food is not worth it. Well, my GPS is really confused right now. It's still thinking that all this road is closed. I don't know what's going on with it. It'll fix itself here in a second. Yeah, I knew that the Sanderson's diner was older, and it was essentially in the parking lot towards the end, and that's probably why they tore it down. They wanted the parking. I can't remember the name of the guy, but after Nichols Lunch was shut down, and the next place that was in there, I forget the name of that place. It was sort of named after him. There was an accident where a person was trying to cross Southwest Trafficway on a bicycle, and he was hit by a car, and I believe he was killed, and I was sent out in the middle of the night to go cover that. And so I went to this restaurant that was, you know, where Nichols Lunch was. It was real close to the scene, and the guy came out and talked to me. He said, "Oh yeah, you know, you're welcome to come anytime. I hire ex-cons, people that are down on their luck, to give them a job." Yeah, the place where Sanderson's was like, it was in a parking lot, and the building is now a theater. But I'm not sure if that's what it was when they tore it down.
Number 15, 11901 North Bellefontaine, Winston, Baker.
It was probably just something that ran its course and was run down, and people didn't want to run it anymore or something, but I don't know. It seemed like, you know, they wanted the space for the parking. Who knows? Who knows? We've taken Route 66 a few times and taken it from pier to pier. We were watching the video. Last time we did that was 2017, I think. 2016 maybe. 2017. Can't remember. I have to look at it again. And the parts in LA are very interesting. Yeah, I know. I've always been intrigued by what was the corner of Westport and Mill Street, where they built the building that's there now. It was like, I wonder what was there before, and I've looked it up. I think it was at one time it was something like a brickyard or something, and I think it was a parking lot for the IHOP is closed even. Parking lot for Manor Bread Company for a long time, and then Manor Bread built Manor Square, which is like an enclosed mall. That's what it was intended to be originally, was a mall. And that died quickly. I think they built that about 1980. But for some reason, I always thought, well, you know, there was probably something there that was kind of cool, and they tore it down. But I don't know. I looked at it, and I don't think it was anything. It was really that great. Because Westport, when we first came to Kansas City in the late 70s, Westport was really run down. You could buy houses in Westport back in the late 70s really cheap. Late 70s and early 80s. Yeah, I know there was a trolley something there, and there's the beginning of the Dodson Line Country Club route. And also, Westport overall was sort of an industrial area. That whole west end around Mill Creek, it was like brickyards and construction materials, because what they would do is they would load the material on the trolley line, and it would head south, and that's how they built South Kansas City, a lot of the Nichols neighborhoods and stuff, from the construction yards in Westport. And Westport from Westport in the early to mid 20th century was known as being very run down and very poor area. Which a lot of people are like, oh, really? Like, yeah. Especially after World War II, a lot of people that were living there were elderly. In the far west end of Westport, where Unfresh is right now, is was the something for the water department, like the water department maintenance yard or something like that. Ruh-roh, there's a crash. Alright. Yeah, those tracks, those rails that are there on Mill Street are getting worse and worse for wear. I'm afraid they're going to start ripping people's tires apart when they come across that. And then somebody will come along and say, well, we need to rip those things out of there, and be like, but these things are kind of a reminder of what this area used to be, and maybe we should, I don't know, think about preserving them somehow. They took out the bridge that goes over Broadway. But I remember that bridge being there forever and ever. I remember where the bridge crossed and where the rails used to come around and head south from there. Through what is now Mill Creek Park. They built the Vietnam War Memorial right there. And I worked with at the Medical Plaza with some people that were Vietnam veterans. I believe they built that memorial about 1985, and that's about when I started at the Medical Plaza. It was 85, 86, and some joker decided to go through there and vandalize the war memorial and put swastikas all over it and everything, and wrote anti-war slogans, and that pissed off all the Vietnam veterans, and they were gonna. They actually did. They stood guard. They had armed guards, Vietnam veterans, who made sure that nobody messed with that place anymore. Yeah, let's see. Can we do this? Are that utility workers over there? Uh, oops. Rain, rain. Now I'm at the point where it's rain, rain, go away. Oh, this turn creeps up on you really quick. Make sure nobody's gonna cremate me. This guy will. Alright. Oh, I know they were. Yeah, like I said, I worked with them, and that was a really stupid thing that person did, that people did. It was an act. It was probably kids who didn't know any better, and you know, the Vietnam veterans put up with enough. It really sucked. Yeah, it doesn't really rain that much there, does it? Dang, we've been zigzagging to get here. Jeez. Here pretty soon, but then I look out to our west and it's like, no, it's gonna rain a lot. If the radar is to be believed. think I'm gonna go straight. Like, it might stop raining for a little bit, but then, I don't know. See what the... In and out Express Mart.
Transporting one patient from Bell Regional to Redwood. Yeah, 142.
Lake Mead. Yeah, it's drying up, isn't it? We've been to Lake Mead, and you can see where it used to be and where it is now. And I'm seeing, you know, of course it's hard to know what's true, what's not. But there's videos online talking about how Arizona, the whole Southwest, is running out of water and stuff. But I don't know. Alright, we are almost here. Do we see blinky lights? What we're listening to now is, I believe, roadside assistance people. just passed it, and I haven't prospect. I haven't seen anything. Let me circle around and make sure that it's not on a side street or anything. Like I say, I don't get excited about when I hear shooting calls or stabbings or anything like that, because usually they're unfounded. Done. 7033 prospect. Yeah, usually this stuff is centered around these gas stations. And I think what happens is either it happens is not very serious, or it happens and it's turns out it's somebody who's calling in. Yeah, there's my boss. Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Alright. Just driving around the rain.
Staying dry, though, hopefully.
Yeah, I am. This stabbing call, I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, good. Good. Jeff Connor just came down here and mentioned that Tomahawk Creek Parkway and Rowe Avenue, which is in Leawood, kind of 119th and Rowe, to give you an idea, that there might be some flooding there. He saw in his weather, whatever.
Okay.
I thought if you're not doing anything, if you wanted to drive down there, I don't know if you'll see anything or not.
Along 103rd, where it always floods there too.
Yeah, it might be, but I think this is actually south of there. Closer to like 119th Street.
Okay. So, where the cross streets are, Tomahawk and...
Yeah, there's... Tomahawk Creek Parkway sort of runs along the creek, and it intersects with Rowe at like 100. If you make it to 119th and Rowe, you're very close.
Okay, I'll go check it out.
It's a little south of there, between 119th and 120th. So, like I said, I don't know if you'll see anything in the dark or not, but I thought if you're not doing anything,
Yeah, I was trying to get out ahead of it, but it crept up on me. I ended up towards Lone Jack and still wasn't getting ahead of it, so I turned around when I heard the prospect stabbing. I didn't figure that the prospect thing would be much of anything, because
Yeah, you never know what runs.
I know, I checked it out anyway, and it could be it could have been somebody got cut there, or it could just be, they usually are. Somebody lonely and wanting to see the police.
Right. Exactly.
But there's no crime scene tape or anything, so.
Yeah, so it's not much. Okay, well, if you see something dramatic, let me know.
Will do.
Cool, thanks.
Alright, talk to you later. Alright, something to check on. But, first, I think I'm going to go see Vanessa. Put some gas in the tank. Go to the bathroom. get my snacks, then head down there. The Humdinger, that one must be before my time. The one that I miss is most recent is YJ's, and I guess the owner of YJ's, before his health started failing, before he had YJ's, he worked at some of those places. I think he worked at the old Trolley. What is that? What was that place called before it moved into Crown Center? Because it used to be a standalone restaurant. I think he worked there, and then he worked at Corner Cafe in Westport, and that place is gone now too. And then they tried to put something else in there that was similar, and that place is gone too. And I remember how I remember Westport was my dad was looking in Westport for houses when we first moved to Kansas City, about 1978. And I think this is about 1980, and he was like looking for property. He wanted to invest in some property or whatever. And I remember looking at the houses and knowing, that they were all old and falling down and run down. A lot of old people living in Westport. And we ate at Corner Cafe. It was like the first time I ever ate there. Corner Cafe, Corner Restaurant. I can't remember. But I remember that place as it was, because I think that place originally opened up in 1978. So I kind of remember the original. That's the old Brandsmart building. I guess at one time it was an ice house. And that place has been under a remodeling that's, I think 20 years ago, the neighbors were complaining it was taking too long, construction site. And that may have been 25 years ago now. Huh. Well, I wonder what's there now. Actually, between Olive and Prospect on 9th Street. What is there? I know that area is real close to what's been taken over by City Union Mission and all that stuff. A lot of homeless, houseless, and vagrants are there. And the homeless and houseless, well, I don't know about houseless, because houseless people generally tend to not have to need emergency housing. Houseless people are houseless usually by choice. But homeless and vagrants, the homeless you feel for, the vagrants kind of I don't know whether it's mental illness or what that makes people go to vagrancy, but a lot of vagrants are not very great people. Oh, it still exists? I'll have to go by there and look. I think maybe I know what you're. I think maybe I know what you're talking about. There is a restaurant in that area, kind of like a burger joint or something that I have yet to try. There's a couple of them up there actually. If it's what I'm thinking of, I may be wrong. It's getting kind of breezy. It says the outside temperature is 64 degrees, and that's in the car. It's probably closer to 60. I can feel it sort of feels like it's cooling off. Yeah, those places up there I haven't eaten at. I don't know. It's not the best of neighborhoods these days in that area. We're getting on the backside of the first spell of rain. And sometimes when you get on the backside of it, there's a little bit of a last punch of wind. It's kind of breezy. But I see stuff out west. I don't know if we're going to get more rain. I hope not. I hope that the rain will be over by the time we do our live shots. Because if we're not doing our stuff on the rain, I'd rather not be out in it. Just because it makes everything hard. You know, if you're not doing stuff about the weather, then you'd rather the weather not be a factor. Because then you got to keep everything dry and yeah. Well, I have to go up there and look. So, you know, there used to be a lot of car lots like around Truman Road and pretty close on the southeast side of downtown. There were those car lots where, you know, they always advertise getting easy credit and stuff like that. I heard they weren't the best places to buy cars. I guess there's still a few of them up there, but a lot of them have shut down. All right. I don't expect that Chessport is going to have anything going on, but go through there on our way to the gas station. Well, I guess about a year ago, I went storm chasing, and it was a pretty decent storm. Didn't catch any tornadoes or anything. I got pretty good wind in my shots, some torrential rain, but can't say tonight has been as exciting as that. And what was it, 2019? Maybe it was 2018. I think it was 2019. It had that tornado in Linwood. Pronto Financing, the Lone Ranger. Yeah, I remember that place. We've had some pretty creative, funny car. We used to have Colonel Billy and Boots. And then we had Ernie Fryford in Bonner Springs that had that terrible jingle. At Ernie Fryford. And then we had that guy, that guy was an actor, but he acted like really hickoid. Sonny. And then they had Dick Smith Ford Town used to be forever and ever. Had his little animated jingle. Westport is dead. I don't think the bars have closed. Nope, because I can see a bouncer standing in front of one of them. AB May commercials, which I can't remember. Is it AB May that had the forever and ever and ever? Where they had the old animated and then the ad said, you can call us, which nobody uses those interchanges. Yeah, and I always thought Colonel Billy was hilarious because his commercials were funny, but they were so low budget. I was like, what, are you using VHS equipment to make these commercials? Used to do the Rockwood Golf Course buffet, and he's like the owner of the buffet, and him, and he said, and the prices won't leave you in a barrel, and he walks through wearing nothing but a barrel. and the lady swoons and faints. Oh! All right. Here to top off both tanks. Gots to get gas. Yeah, that's it. It was an A.B. May. But A.B. May had an old jingle too. And the quick chirp heard me because they now have an all-night security guard here. I'm not sure if it's during the day too. I think it's only at night. But it's made a huge difference. A lot of the issues with vagrants and other people have kind of abated. They don't like to deal with armed security. And I'm happy because there are people who work here I've kind of gotten to be friendly with, and I worry about them that, they have to deal with the nonsense. All right. Part 2. Alright, now we're ready to run down to Tomahawk. once this thing is ready. All right, start. Yep. Which I don't really need. I always end up buying garbage. There is a street here. This is the strangest arrangement. They allowed Quick Trip to expand its store and build across the street, which actually made the Quick Trip so much more usable. This was the one that had that awful, you pull in one single line to get gas. But it's amazing that the neighbors tolerated it. But I guess it sort of quieted the street down a little bit, but people still can go through. I guess that's the part I'm amazed that the neighbors tolerated. Would have just blocked the street off. This is the part I don't need. The donuts and the chips. But the donuts called my name. Donuts. This is where that building blew up a couple of years ago. More than a couple of years ago. How long ago was that? A long time ago now. 10 years? Hmm. Yeah, I did a video in Colombia beginning of May, and I'm walking through the Shakespeare's Pizza, carrying a pizza, and I have the camera on it, and the whole time I'm going, pizza. Ah. Oops. I swear that the song Kansas City Lights is actually about Kansas City traffic lights. So yeah, I talked about how I have a sensitive stomach at night. And then I go to Quick Trip and buy donuts. Traffic collision. whenever I get a phone call, it turns off my scanner. Where's my gaydar?
George Henry Edward 2 Zebra. George Henry Edward 2 Zebra.
I think I've had some of that.
Silver Honda was supposedly left the area.
Word that came from the Missouri Tom George 1, Edward A Zebra, Tom George 1, Edward A Zebra.
Being told there's also a Silver Honda that left that area.
It's funny, they sell it everywhere now. You can even buy it at Quick Trip.
Being told it's possibly injury accident. Check location on Pleasant Valley Road again.
Alright, we're leaving Warped Parkway and we're coming up the State Line Road. The price of gas has dropped a penny. Oh, 10 cents. I think it said $3.89. Maybe it's $3.99. I didn't look at it very good. Well, I cheat. I use, instead of having a scanner on all the time, I use apps on my phone. So if somebody calls me, then it shuts off the app. I have to remember to turn it back on. On the Missouri side, it's a minute or a 2-minute delay between the incident and me hearing it. But on the Kansas side, it's anywhere between 5 and 6 minutes. And a friend of mine says in Topeka it can be anywhere between 15 and 30 minutes. Which seems crazy. speaking of streaming, I was listening to the radio this morning, and they talked about, because of that nonsense that happened up in Buffalo, that people who do that kind of thing will live stream it now. So if they're going to go in and murder a bunch of people, they put like I guess this guy had a GoPro on his head or something, and he was streaming it as he was doing it. And now, quote unquote, experts are suggesting that we don't need those services, that we should not allow people to live stream anymore. And I'm like, that's a bunch of crap. Well, there's been a trend where
Did you get the receiving report number?
He's working on it right now. So he'll be up here in a minute because he gets to the driver. So he'll be up here in a minute.
there's been a trend among police forces to lock out their frequencies so that nobody can hear them, except, unless you have a police radio.
His cruise, on his 250 cash only.
Now, from the media standpoint, there's a need to have open access to police activity, and the Kansas City Police try and facilitate that by putting out, they have really good public information officers, and they put out press releases and stuff. So we don't necessarily really need to know everything the police are doing. However, I feel that it kind of shuts down the sunshine aspect of police activity. That police are doing things and you don't know if they're on the up and up or what. But on the flip side, I've seen it where, you know, the police have discussed things on the radio that I think probably shouldn't have been discussed, like you know, witness information and things like that anybody can hear. And I also feel like, yeah, there is tendency for, you know, criminal activity. If anybody can hear it and access it, then, you know, you can get intelligence. You can be giving intelligence to your enemy, so to speak. There was discussion that the police will try and figure out a way to enable media to tap in and listen to their activities, but nothing has come forth on that. Hey, it's rhyme time. How's it going? Again, I have to say thanks for all your comments on my videos. It's really encouraging. I'm sorry I'm not always able to reply back on each one, but it's good to know somebody's watching at least. We're just out driving in the rain. How are things in Indy? I mean, I should know because my sister lives there, but all right, we're looking for flooding. Well, for a second there, I saw that brush in the middle of the island in the road, and I thought, there's a tree down. We're not expecting much from this weather. Try not to drive into the middle of the neutral zone there. Dang it. Man, those statues, the realistic looking statues of deer there, would spook you. Uh-oh. The popo's being snarky. Or the fire department. Man, this road zigzags through here. Oops.
Copy at 243.
Alright, do we have any flooding down here? Yes, Saznak. I've watched him. I am not watching any of that stuff that he's doing now, but I've watched him as a trucker. I've always had a feeling that he was he leaned that way as far as his politics. And to me, it's not a really a political debate. I can make a U-turn here. That we're all doing our best and we're trying to do what we have to do. And Saznak, I believe, means Kansas because I think he's originally from Kansas, but he lives in Texas. So it's like Kansas backwards. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. I see Ken has porta potty. Driving slowly in case there is high water through here. Don't want to drive right into it. And let me turn this off so I can have my brights on. You can see where the wind is blowing a little bit. It's kind of spooky in here. There's no lights other than my car headlights. Well, I respect everybody's opinion. And I don't want to get into a political debate because it's just bad to... I don't know. I know a lot of business owners who... well, let's just say I was thinking about Henry, who owns Henry's Rabbit Ranch in Staunton, Illinois. And he has and I got video of this too. I interviewed him. He's got a bumper sticker on his window, and he opens the shades and he shows it to people when they start talking politics, and it says, "Please do not talk politics unless it's about rabbits." Which I always thought was a very intelligent thing to do, because he's a business owner. And as a business owner, he probably should respect people's opinions, and that they have opinions, and that it has nothing to do with his business to be an ideologue. That, that you should just listen to people. And some people say, "Oh, that's wishy-washy. You should have it, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, well, no, I don't think it's necessary I think it's very detrimental. And, he's a Route 66 business owner. And you just never know who you're going to offend or what their, what the reasoning is for having their point of view. So it's just best to try and listen to people and not be opinionated. I work in the media, and I'm not supposed to have an opinion on things. However, you know, we do. We're human.
Headquarters 248. I copy 16. You can disregard the just call it over and one of the alarm from the David Proper Basket.
Yeah, I don't know. I subscribed to, I remember the Occupy movement, and I subscribed to a thing on Facebook called Occupy Democrats, and I realized that their point of view is very, very, very liberal, probably farther left than I am. I consider myself to be sort of a left of center centrist, like a moderate, but a little bit leaning to the left. The founding fathers believed this country would be a somewhat right of center centrist country, but people would in general would consider that their interests would best be protected by being somewhat conservative. But in the end, I have this radical opinion that there really is no such thing as left or right. Most people tend to have opinions based on their own personal experiences, and that's usually not one way or the other. So unless they're and try and this way or that way, then most people could care less about most things that don't really have anything to do with their lives or, you know, their families or anything else like that. And the other thing that influences me too is, what's his name? Is it Dave Foreman? I always get the name wrong. There was this guy who was a radical environmentalist, or what they would say, he was considered him to be a radical environmentalist. He was the one who started this whole eco-defense, eco-warrior culture, where they would go out and put spikes in trees and stuff so that when forests were being cut down, it would rip up the chainsaws, which also sounds really dangerous. Sounds like you could rip up a human being too. And they were the rabid chain people to trees in front of bulldozers and hang out on trees and dare the lumber cutters to cut them down, stuff like that. And so he showed up at an event at the university I was at when I was working at KMOS in Warrensburg. And all the hippies showed up to talk to him. And so I had these questions I had to ask him, and it was about eco-defense, eco-warrior stuff, what was it like defending the forests? And he told me, he said, you know what? I have moved away from a lot of that stuff completely. I've written all these books, and I'm a well-known author and well-known, tied in with this movement, but I moved away from it, and the reason why is this. I am at heart a scientist, and I am also a person who really believes in environmentalism and stuff. And when it comes time to defend a forest against the evil lumber people or whatever, you'll have no end of kooks show up out of the woodwork, so to speak, to be in front of the camera. But when it comes time to turn over a shovel full of dirt, or to study, do all the studies, or to plant trees, all your help disappears because nobody wants to really do the nuts and bolts of it. They just want to be in front of the camera. And I've always remembered that, that there are a lot of people out there, they're just trying to make a name for themselves and make themselves famous. I mean, there are ways you can do that, but, a lot of people choose to try and do that by I don't know. I saw that with the Occupy movement. I see that, unfortunately, with Black Lives Matter movement. I see that with any kind of movement. And then, you have all the copycats that show up. And, we say, well, why are people, what's with this sickness where people are going and shooting up a grocery store, because they're racist and stuff. And I said, well, that's a component of, like, people who just want to make a name for themselves and be famous and get themselves on TV and be remembered for something. Honestly, it's sad, really, because it's basically somebody, it's a nobody. And I'm checking up on these flooding hotspots. I haven't been here in a while. And wow. There you go. There's some rapidly moving water. I have to be kind of careful here because this is also a vagrant hotspot. Oops. Yeah, shopping cart should tell you I'm not wrong about the vagrants. They camp out here. Dang it. And it went right down in the crack of the seat. Yeah, it always does this here. It's like 103rd and State Line.
Does it look like you hit the guardrail too there also? Now I don't know if that guardrail was already hit or not, but unless he came across once he lost control, he couldn't straighten it back up and he came all the way over to the right. It's possible. Oh, let me know and I'll just do the Jersey barrier there. I mean, that'll be all mound. Is there any way that when you get a chance, you can email me that?
I gotta turn this down. It's messing up my NAT sound. As if that doesn't mess up my NAT sound. Yeah, Watts Mill. Put this back on auto. Yeah, I should park in such a way that I don't get myself trapped.
A4.
May contact your mail with them.
Alright, copy. Your 150 after. It doesn't have anyone available.
Answer. Copy on pin 304.
She's a little bit closer. I think he's gonna take it. Maintenance service. Forward.
44 miles hospital.
304.
Okay, on that flatliner to the Indiana portion 2995100, and that's Indiana portion 99510. Copy it. 305.
Scale. Information, we have an accident where somebody's facing east on the westbound lanes of 435 between Null and Metcalf. Can you guys get that up on the board? Copy, we'll put it on the board. Thank you, 305. Sir.
Copy. I'm seeing at 306.
There's a lot of people racing out of here. I think the bar just closed.
Right there. Dispatch, please.
618 copy. If they can send a car over to the trailer park across the street from Ford and just drive the lot, see if they can find it.
Yeah, hello?
Hey. Hey, I wanted to give you a heads up that you and Jordan are going to be live in Lawrence this morning.
Live in Lawrence, okay.
So I assume maybe she'll want to ride with you, but I don't know that for sure.
Alright.
So I just didn't want you too far out. Your first hit would be at 5:30, but
Okay. Well, I'm just here at, I don't know if you saw the pictures, Watts Mill.
I saw that.
No water at 103rd and, or whatever, 119th and Tomahawk.
Okay. Well, thanks for checking it out.
I'm going to go back where Coaches used to be and see if that's flooding again. And I'm sending video from here. You know, this
Okay.
area always rages.
Yeah, it does. Okay, if you want to do that, and then my guess is she'll want to ride with you so that she can, work on her script or whatever on the way.
Okay, alright.
I'll, as soon as I know for sure, I'll let you know.
Okay,
Cool.
alright.
Thanks.
Hello?
Hey, Jordan's gonna drive separately because that way she won't get car sick. She said. So I don't know if you have a TV. Yeah, that was sort of my reaction.
No, I'm just laughing because I'm like, is she making a statement about my driving or
No, it's not a statement on your driving.
no? Well, it is raining and the windshield wipers affect her.
You've experienced it.
Yeah.
Do you have a TVU?
Yeah, I have TVU one.
Okay. So then if you don't want to come back here, you can go straight there if you want. I can send you. You're going to go to the Hy-Vee where there was 2 people killed last night.
Okay.
I can send you the address if you want.
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay.
Wow, there's a lot of murders happening in Lawrence. Is this the same one? Or
There was one on Monday night there, and then last night 2 more people were killed.
wow. Just wow.
Yeah. So I will send you the address once I find it here.
Okay, great.
I'll text it to you. Cool. Thanks.
All right,
Bye.
thank you. Yep. I don't know if people having. Well, yeah, I think a few years ago a kid drowned out here. But just east of here, I mentioned it. There was a bar called Coach's, and it was a real tragedy. The guy was kind of like the owner of the place was sort of a staple of the community. And a couple of times it flooded because of this creek. And one year they had he was murdered when he was walking his dog. He liked to walk his dog or dogs. Either way, he walked his dog through one of these parks, and there was a I don't know if you call him a serial killer. I think he sort of was sort of a serial killer, who was murdering essentially upper middle class white men, men who looked like they had means, and I mean that was a profile, and he was murdering them for whatever reason. I can't remember what the reasons were, and they eventually caught him. But he killed this guy, and then when he did that, his afterwards his bar flooded and they shut it down permanently. I guess they moved, but it was just tragic, you know. And I remember I was working at Channel 4 at the time, and this manager wanted me to get some video of the parks where it was happening. And I said to her, you know, this is kind of spooky, because this was one of the parks, actually. And they had police coming up and down on horseback. And I told her, you know, this is really spooky, me walking out here. You know, I fit the demographic perfectly. And she kind of yelled, well, if you don't want to do it, I'll get somebody else to do it. What am I looking for? Excuse me a sec. Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what the demographic was, but essentially it was middle age to mid 50s something, uh, Caucasian males, um, and he was picking them off on the trails and the parks out here. And this was one of them right here. And I think he was trying to go after guys who looked like they were somewhat wealthy. And I can't, they did catch the guy, but I can't exactly remember what his reason for doing it was. But it's sort of a switch in that usually the demographic he was after are the people who become identified as serial killers, you know. This was where the shopping center used to be, and now there's nothing here. There's not even a place to pull off. Wow, they really. I don't want to get stuck here. I can see the water raging underneath it, but all right. I guess. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be the perpetrator. You know, it seems like there's stereotypes all around for different people, and the one that fits middle-aged white people the most is like, or middle-aged white men the most is like sex offender and serial killer. I'm like, great. I've been watching, or my wife has been watching Joe Coy. He's he's a Filipino comedian. Actually, he's half Filipino, and he spends a great deal of time talking about stereotypes and making fun of them. And it's just hilarious. But unfortunately, we make the mistake of watching it with our kids. Not so funny when when he uses drops the F-bomb and says,
Starting route to 3504 Clinton Parkway. Proceed to West 103rd Street. Then turn
says
left.
certain words that you have to explain, and I had that moment this weekend when the little kid called another kid the P word, which, is like there's a certain female body part that you call somebody when you think
Turn
they're
right
wimpy.
onto Warnell Road. Then turn right.
And so he calls this kid that after
At the
hearing
light,
it
place
from
the right lane to turn right.
us watching this comedy on Joe Coy, and he talked about it left and right on his comedy special. And then we're horrible parents. And then I go in, and the kids are playing pool with these other kids at this place we discovered, this old coffee house in Bonner Springs. And so Saya, our little girl, she goes,
In 8.9 miles, take exit 1B to merge onto K10 West toward Lawrence.
Uncle Steve, what's a pussy? And I'm like, where'd you hear that word? I knowing full well where she heard the word. She said, well, Luke just called this other kid that. But doesn't it mean like Diary of a Wimpy Kid or something? And I'm like, it's a word you do not use, and Luke, you need to apologize right now. And I made him apologize. He said, sorry. I'm like, no, you're not. And then I go back and I tell my wife and my sister, their grandmother, my sister is their grandmother, that. And, because kids we're raising are my grandniece and grandnephews. And they're all like kind of shocked, and then Suyen, my wife, said, Saya knew what it meant. She's just tattling on Luke. I'm like, great. Nice. Embarrassing. And then Suyen's like, oh my God, we can't take these kids anywhere. They repeat everything they hear. And I said, yeah, we really shouldn't have been watching Joe Coy in front of them. My wife's Filipino, and he talks a lot about Filipino moms and his mother and stuff, and that part we find is really funny because what he says is definitely true. It's a lot of truth to it, but then he likes to talk about stereotypes. They're funny because there's always just a little bit of truth to them, and I'm like, yeah.
Accident ahead on I-400.
Yes and no.
Quarter mile. You're still on the fastest route.
It's tough in life when you get stereotyped, though. Alright, accident. Wow, that was pretty cool. Accident ahead. Let's be very, very careful. I see Popo, 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 and ooh, that car's front end is smashed in. Even though I work in the media, I don't like it when people rubberneck. But I'm not slowing down to be a rubbernecker. I'm slowing down because I've driven up on these things only to find that there's debris spread all over the road, and I don't want to be hitting it at 65 miles an hour. there have been 3 homicides in Lawrence apparently in the past week. Lawrence, Kansas is a town that if it has usually 2 or 3 homicides in a year is its limit, and it's been a week where it's had 3. That is crazy. Huh. My family on my dad's side are Italians, and in many ways they fit the stereotype Italians. And my family on my mother's side are English, and likewise the same. And by English, I mean when we go to visit them, we go to England to visit them. My dad met my mom at a American Air Force Base. Don't leave. Uh-oh. I need to find a place to pull off, I guess. Don't leave for Lawrence yet. I don't think I want to get off here. I want to maybe take Blackman Road.
In 2 miles, take exit 1B to merge onto K10 west toward Lawrence.
Uh-oh. Come on out. You know, whenever we got to stop or pull over or do whatever, we always do it at Quick Trip. Quick Trip is originally started in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and they're very well known for maybe not as much as they used to be, but their facilities are very clean, their bathrooms and stuff like that, so it's always a good, safe place to stop.
At the light, turn right onto Lackman Road, then turn right onto West 101st Terrace.
What amazes me are the number of gas stations that don't believe in having decent, clean restrooms, even though for years and years and years, when you pass a sign for a gas station, it would say clean restrooms, which doesn't mean that you need to stop and clean their restrooms, but I guess for a lot of them it does, because but it's very important for a
At the light, turn right
gas
onto West
station,
101st
convenience
Terrace,
store
then turn right to merge onto Interstate 435.
to have decent facilities, because people stop at these for that reason. They don't stop. The price of gas is pretty much the same everywhere. I mean, if you go to a Quick Trip who has decent snacks you could buy and clean bathrooms, and the price of gas right here is $3.96, but across the street you can find a BP, which usually has the world's most disgusting
Making a
bathrooms.
turn, then turn right to merge onto Interstate 435.
And the price of gas at BP will be $3.96, but invariably, Quick Trip, you'll have to wait in line to get to the gas pumps, and BP will be sitting there empty. Why? Because BP doesn't believe in having good, usable facilities. Alright, let's figure out why they don't want me to go to Lawrence yet. Because I can't read text messages while I'm driving. Lamar, that was 7-Eleven, I think, wasn't it? I remember Lamar, but I can't remember which chain it was. I think it may have been 7-Eleven. 7-Elevens used to also brag about their coffee. Got the best cup of coffee in the morning. I remember they had a commercial with Harry, who had to have his cup of coffee in the morning. Otherwise, he was like a werewolf. He'd growl at people. Arr! Don't talk to Harry unless he's had his cup of coffee in the morning. Well, I better call.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice.
They must be in the middle of their meeting. Yeah, skid. Turn around and stay put here. Look, it's Motel 6. I have my... I'm going in circles. Well, from where I'm at, I better program it in. Because I usually don't hit
Proceed to the route.
Lackman Road.
Turn left. Go past this light. Then at the next one, turn right.
Turn right. Looks like the rain is about to wrap up here.
Go past this light, then at the next one, use the left lane to make a U-turn.
The heck?
At the light, use the left lane to make a U-turn. Then turn right onto West 101st Terrace. At the light, use the left lane to make a U-turn for West 105th Street.
This is why I had to put the directions in, because this is confusing.
In 1.4 miles, continue onto I-35 North. Stay in the left 2 lanes.
Yeah, 3 a.m. out there. It's almost 4 a.m. here. Well, I really get disoriented out here. The way the highways. Uh-oh. Oops. That's no good.
Continue onto I-35 North.
Oh, that's weird.
In 3/4 of a mile, take exit 224 on.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, I just was confirming you're gonna come back here and get Jordan.
Get Jordan
Yeah.
in
You're gonna be in Storm Tracker?
in Storm Tracker. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm heading that way.
Okay.
I was already heading to Lawrence, and I was on Lackman Road. I had to
Still
pull
gonna
over.
be reading. We need to do this instead.
Huh?
I didn't find out till 3:30 it was still gonna be reading, so I tried to tell you as soon as I knew.
Oh no, that's fine. When I got the text message, I couldn't pull over immediately, so I had to find
Yeah.
the nearest Quick Trip. And
Totally fine. Alright, we'll drive safely and we'll see you when you get here.
okay, Alright.
Okay.
Use the right lane to take exit 225A onto 87th State Parkway.
That's my problem. I still have the directions for Lawrence in the phone.
Take the exit, then keep right onto 87th Street Parkway.
This thing won't allow me to.
Use the right lane to keep right onto 87th Street Parkway.
There we go. Get rid of that. Go back to my weather app. Oh, a meeting? Huh. No, the meeting is at 3:30. Sorry, I didn't even read that. I thought you were talking about the time. Yeah, for the morning shift, the meeting starts at 3:30. Everybody gets together, except those of us that are out working, and decide what we're gonna do. And these lights need to be fixed. Oh, Shawnee Mission Parkway. Guess I should be thinking about getting over, because this is my exit. Sneaks up on you. Wow, that Boogan Motor Works building is really blue. I forgot. Phone cancel scanner. What reminds me of that is I'm live streaming and I'm thinking to myself, wow, this is really boring live stream. I'm not saying anything, and then it's like, oh, it's silent because there's no scanner on.
April 6th of this year to John McGee out of Kansas City.
Hmm. Yeah, I've seen that magazine quite a bit. It's very specialized, and since I was really into broadcasting and the toys and gadgets with broadcasting, I was always trying to figure out how to do it myself. And back in 1989, when I started, in 90, 92, it was very daunting to even get into it. The conundrum was that in order to get into broadcasting, you had to have experience, but in order to get experience, you had to be in broadcasting. The catch-22. Back then, the equipment just to edit tape to tape was no less than at least $50,000 or more. Actually, when I started, first time I talked to a photographer for a TV station, he had one of those brand new Beta cameras back in 1989. And I asked him, well, how much is that camera? He said, oh, this camera is $50,000. It wasn't until Oh, thank you.
Southwest County Lane, Green Valley Automatic Hauler.
Thanks for saying that. It wasn't until the early 2000s that you started finding equipment that was relatively inexpensive and decent enough that you could get by with using it for professional purposes. Prosumer gear, I guess I would call it. And that was when you had the digital mini DV tape, and Sony introduced a 3 CCD camera, and Canon had come up with a 3-chip camera, and kind of keep up with the big boys. You could actually shoot a news story on it, get away with it. But the stuff has started getting better and better. Now it's just so amazing. Phones and the quality is ridiculous. Shoot video on a tiny handheld device that, in many ways, even blows away some of the best broadcasting equipment. You know, and editing video, I can edit on my phone now and send it back to the TV station through the internet, through a website called WeTransfer. It's just amazing. But back when I started in the late 80s, early 90s, it was ridiculous. You know, you couldn't even get into in order to, if you had a project that you wanted to do and you were wanting to shoot, like, for instance, you wanted to shoot a band or something like that and edit it, you would find that it would cost you, what was the rate back then? To get into an edit suite, the cheapest edit suite that I could find was prosumer stuff. Not very good stuff, actually. They wanted to charge you $30 an hour, which back then was pretty steep. So you really had to know what you were doing and how to do it, and you had to be fast, because that was the cheapest. Usually an edit suite would cost you anywhere between $200 to $300 to $500 an hour, depending on what you wanted to do. And that was just like, cuts only and tape to tape editing. So yeah, I used to get those broadcast engineering magazines and just kind of like drool over all the gadgets and toys, and could you imagine if I had this or that, or what I could do with this? And now it's like, I got my own YouTube channel, and I got this and that and the other thing, and I'm shooting in 4K ultra high definition stuff we couldn't even imagine back then. Here we are back on Warped Parkway. We were driving this way on Saturday, heading south on Ward Parkway, and we passed by a mansion, and my wife was like, "Is that a house?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's a house." "Well, that's a huge house." I said, "Yeah, it's a mansion, there's rich people live here. It's where all the wealth in Kansas City goes to live." And he's like, "Can you imagine if we lived in that house?" I said, "No, I can't imagine it. I would not. I wouldn't want to live in something like that." And as we were passing it, all the groundskeepers were cutting the grass perfectly, and oh, another suicide attempt. Well, let's see what Flush Creek looks like, because the other one was raging. It looks normal. It looks calm, actually. Super hate. Yeah, well, unfortunately, when I get to the station, I'm going to have to end this because we got to get into another vehicle and. But it's been fun for a storm that really wasn't. I can see that there's some hail markers, mostly around Topeka. There's some flash flood warning boxes to the southwest in Kansas. But around here, just a couple of storm chasers and me. Probably about 10 chasers out. There's some wind. Those must be new. Some, I don't know what, I can't really do it while I'm driving. Wind damage report, 2:26 a.m., 3 miles northwest of Carthage, Missouri. Tree down over road at Civil War Road and I-49. Yeah, they fought the Civil War down in Carthage. Wind damage report. Tree down blocking roadway on Highway FF west of Highway 59. 1 southwest Fidelity, Missouri. I never heard of Fidelity, Missouri. All that's down south. About 2.5 hours south of here. Well, thanks for coming with me and keeping me company, listening to my boring tales of Kansas City life. But I tell you, for a Midwestern city, it's not that bad here. My grandfather, when he was alive, the one that I was talking about from England, would always say, when he introduced me and my mother, he said, "This is my daughter and my grandson from Kansas." And we were like, "We're from Missouri." But he'd always say that we were from Kansas. He never got over that. Because they've heard of Kansas in England, but not Missouri, which is funny. But also, they've never really heard of, the term Midwest or Midwestern. Well, I'm almost here, so I gotta end this. Gotta get into the storm chase vehicle. Ooh. Give my kidneys a spin here. Alrighty, well, thanks for watching.